Is it time? Yes, it is. And no weirdo hiccup? This time? What the heck? That's crazy. You'll love to see it, don't you? Do-do, do-do. Alrighty. Boop. Finally, we can go to some of the outer planets now. Spent a bunch of time fixing everything. And things have been fixed. Emiru's thoughts on ice. If you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to, like, get off the internet. Okay. She's not exactly wrong when she says this. Sure. But here's the fucking thing, okay? It's really simple with ice. Everyone, except for, like, a small minority of dipshits and contrarians, think ice is dog shit. Pretty easy to just say fuck ice. Unfortunately, her audience is probably filled with a lot of those contrarians and fucking dipshits. It's pretty simple, like honestly, it's really not that difficult. Shut the fuck up, Boy Meets Mini. JD Vance is a Christian convert. Or Catholic convert. Much worse, actually. Persecutes Boy Meets Mini by banning him permanently from YouTube chat so he stops LARPing. Is forced to have to LARP in Twitch chat where his messages will appear on screen. It's a mental. The fact that they edited out the booing is so fucking funny, dude. How thin-skinned do you have to be? I wonder why a bunch of the Italians that are in attendance at the Olympics might not be a particularly big fan of the vice president showing up and might be booing him. Oh, yeah, because the administration talked about, like, wanting to bring ice to Milan. And not even that long ago, I think there were protests. There were, like, literally protests in Milan and in Italy in general that were anti-ice. It's so funny. It's like, dog, people fucking hate you, man. And they hate you for good reasons. Oh yeah, also, I don't think I need to get guns right now. I don't think I need the ice boxes either. I don't think she's going to say anything. I don't think she has a reason to say anything. Nope, just in time to get our extra efficiency modules. Oh, you're telling me that Giorgio Maloney, the fascist, really likes Modi, the fascist? It's a shock to me, honestly. I never would have thought such a thing could be possible. Well, it is time to go even further beyond to Paracelsin. Okay, I did spell Paracelsin correctly. Now, would you believe me if this was another frozen planet? Rajiv Gandhi married Sonia in Italy when he was a pilot there. Well, decently far from the sun, but those never really matter. Actually, yes, very far from the sun. I mean, it just depends on what the, let's see, solar power in space is 50%. We don't care about that. We want solar power in atmosphere. I mean, it's a frozen planet. We know that. Solar power in atmosphere is 0%. So, no solar. Even Aquila is 1% to be able to start something. So, no solar. But there is something to compensate for that. So, it's not a big deal. There's no coal there. There are volcanoes, though. Frozen volcanoes. Alright, that asteroid got a little too close for comfort. Same with those ones. Some of that got a little too close for comfort. Just a little close. But if they're going slow like this, it doesn't matter. Well, down we go. I didn't scout out the area at all. It's fine. And here we are. Paracelsin. That's a lot of water. Well, water we can mine. Okay, good to know. This one has already had its shit fucked with. Don't need to change anything then. Lovely. Well, let's walk around a little bit. Okay, that's for copper and iron, I believe. The tetrahydrite and the salafirite. Good, good, good. I believe these are oceans of nitrogen. So those will probably be useful for something. Water cryovolcanoes, aka that's how we get water. So there's three different things. Vaterite, tetrahydrite, salafirite, and of course the cryovolcanoes. And the oceans of, I think, nitrogen. Well, that's not what we're using it for. First things first. Standard. So solar has no use here. So we're gonna have to immediately exclude that shit. Everything's gonna be powered by steam. Where the hell is my cargo bay? So what happens when I have so much fucking shit? I can never tell where anything is. There we go. Gimme, gimme. And robots. We don't have to concern ourselves about the extra energy usage penalty because antimatter robots. What is an energy usage? We also have to scout the area to find crashed pods. Here's one. Pause this frozen wasteland in search of oil. Our search for growth brought some minor consequences to our planet's environment. Not that we care, but also exhausted most of our beloved oil supplies and gathered ourselves somewhat of a backup of the byproducts of this processing. If you know of a place to find oil, contact the nearest planetary outpost. If your planet is currently not capable of space travel, please send this message to the one who does. If we're dead by then, well, I doubt we could fail. You and the Fulgorans would have been great friends. That's true. Fulgorans love to exploit everything like I do? That's a big patch of tetrahydrite. That's a lot of water. Yeah, but what if I were to tell you I don't think these logs really matter for much of anything? If I were to take a guess. Just there for aesthetics. Oh, soy! Mass Effect! Whoa, look at me. My name is Boy Meets Minnie and I'm gonna soy! I'm gonna soy. I don't know because I'm gonna soy. Well, we do need tungsten plates and carbide for this planet. Which means we're going to have to make a ship that ships that shit in, more than likely. Thought I saw some moving bits, and like, this planet should not have any hostiles on here. I would have seen that. There's like 3 pods here, though. It's in the rocks. Stuff. Alright, where are you? Paracelsin. Get rock. Nitric acid handling. I believe these are recipes that I already have unlocked for the most part. Cryovolcanic turbine. Accepted fluid water. That's it? Special electric generator that uses liquid water to generate electricity. This is how you start. Only buildable in Paracelsin. Okay, so I can definitely speed this process up. Yeah, because what they want you to do is to use burner pump jacks in order to be able to supply the thing with fuel to start getting these shitters. And this is what's going to be our initial form of power. I don't know how much does this generate. Consumption 15. Max output 80 kilowatts. That is dog shit. That's fucking ass. Like, I don't need to keep reiterating just how fucking awful it is, but for a starter, that's gonna have to do for the time being. And the reason why that's gonna have to do for the time being is because that's fine, whatever. That is probably what's going to be used for all the other recipes that we just got for nitric acid handling right here. So vaterite water and nitrogen, which you can extract from anywhere, makes nitric acid. Plastic from nitric acid. So that gives us plastic immediately. That's not bad. Solid fuel into rocket fuel, as well as lubricant. Not really sure where we get carbon from, but we'll figure that out eventually. However, solid fuel, vaterite and nitrogen, that can be used in heating towers so we can spin up some turbines. That will be our use of power. Which means we want a nice source of vaterite. And something tells me vaterite looks like it's the type of thing where it's like, I was gonna say like quartz, or it's like tungsten. It's very rare. And not easy to come by. Unironically, this starter patch right here is like the biggest patch. What are the other trigger texts we're working with here? So this is how we get carbon, vaterite, and water. Seems like this planet wants a lot of water usage. That's how we get the Fulgoran stuff. And that's our initial stuff. So we'll just grab a piece of vaterite. Factorio processing. So this is how we get carbon and also some calcite. That is going to be fantastic. But mostly the carbon is needed for the production of nitric acid. That calcite is definitely going to back up at some point because the carbon is definitely going to be way, way more important. What's the next thing? Mining sapphirite and tetrahydrite. So tetrahydrite, that is how we're going to get copper. Tetrahydrite and steam gets us copper, sulfur, and zinc concentrate. Zinc leaching, dirty zinc solution. Calcite, zinc concentrate, and nitric acid. Okay, it seems like we actually do have quite a ways to consume all of our calcite. So calcite's probably going to have to go on the main belts. This gives us molten copper, calcite, tetrahydrite, nitric acid, and steam. Which means we just need a random source just making steam for us consistently. Okay, so we probably need a bunch of heat exchangers just making steam. Or would boilers be better at doing this? I never would have thought we have to stick steam on the fucking belts then. Because it seems like it's a necessary part of production. I'm assuming you're probably the exact same. Except for iron with salaphorite. Yes, steam salaphorite that gives us sulfur in iron ore. It's not a lot of iron ore. Both of these make sulfur. And this is where we make zinc. Lots of use of, it would appear to me, we're going to be making a lot of use of not only zinc, or not zinc, of not only chemical plants, but also foundries. Rivets need sticks. Interesting. Batteries from nitric acid. Don't really know what we're going to be using those for quite yet. Electric coil. Believe that's a necessary component for science. This is where we need the tungsten. So tungsten carbide for this, tungsten plate for these things in order to be able to produce that stuff. Now, production's not going to be slow. We use the recipes to make molten iron instead. It seems like Factorio is the linchpin necessary for opening up a lot of, because you need it for power and you need it for science. It gives us concrete productivity, which is very funny. The stuff that you get from this planet is very, very interesting, though. Well, besides the zinc grills, quote-unquote, this is going to be good. Increased yield of Factorio. That's going to be good for this planet. We mostly just came here for this. So we have the science pack available in order to make quantum processors. So then we can just be one and done with Aquilo. Again, all roads are leading to Aquilo. The only reason why we're here is for Aquilo. Now, galvanized steel. What do you accomplish? I believe it's just to create more specific products for this planet. So it creates advanced accumulators. Batteries use nitric acid. We need supercapacitors here. Okay. Energy capacity 400 megajoules. Let me see. What about the hypercell accumulators? Wow, the advanced accumulators actually have 100 more energy capacity, huh? Look at that. Interesting. Over the hypercell accumulators. I'm interested to see how big they are. It's not bad. But yeah, 400 in comparison to 300. Fascinating. It gives us elevated piping as well, which can be useful mostly for volcano-based planets. So this is nice for, say, this is nice for mostly, say, Vulcanus, if we want to have a bunch of piping go over a bunch of lava. But that's really the only purpose for this stuff. It's not bad. Elevated piping. It's not the worst. Advanced solar panels. Let's see these things. Four megawatts of output. 60 kilowatts, 120. These are 30 times more effective than these. That's pretty good. Hypercell solar panels, 3.6 megawatts. Is that versus 4? Are they actually... does this shit just completely power creep Moshine? Yeah, these are better than the hypercell solar panels. It depends on how big these things are. This planet is just power creeping Moshine. Well, in terms of the solar energy. Moshine is still better because of the trains, but... I mean, it is a late game planet. The rewards have to be good. And zinc piping. I believe these are insulated pipes, storage tanks, and pumps. Now these are really good as well. Great for Aquilo, as is even being said here. This planet seems like it definitely wants you to come here before you go to Aquilo. Because this planet is also completely frozen. And guess what other planets would have been nice for? Would have been nice for this planet. All the pumps and all the... Well, we already have insulated pipes. But I'm assuming those other pipes are probably have more length and everything else. Blah, 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 blah. What other frozen-based planet have we been to? Nyx. Same with Nyx. Those are pretty good rewards. Okay, let's just unlock more of our recipes. I need big mining drills to get those. Well, let me guess. Same for you? Yep. Oh, can't get those yet. So it's just time to find a location, drop down our stuff, and get building, I guess. Let me see if I can find a better location to build with a nice large source of vaterite. Because I think that's probably going to be the most important thing to care about is the vaterite. Not all the other stuff as much. That's the big fucking patch. Man, this is a lot of tetrahydrite. Hmm. I think I might make an outpost around here somewhere to get to that vaterite over there. I want that vaterite. This tetrahydrite is fucking everywhere. Doho, is that just because of the settings that you set up? Shut up. God, you're not my mom. Okay. So honestly, this location just the best. I mean, it has the most room available. We're gonna need a lot of cliff explosives, aren't we? We can make a bunch of cliff explosives here eventually. Go get me more. Well. Feels good having robots that don't consume any power. Don't have to rely on the damn suit's batteries at all. I'm also trying to think. We have stuff like the burner pump jack, but I'm not exactly certain what we can use as flammable material on this planet. I'm already out of cliff explosives, and we are nowhere done clearing out this area. We need to clear out a lot more than this. I do have to say, that upgrade we also got for our movement speed from Rubia, I think it may be like a multiplicative sort of thing to all the thruster packs. It's like, I think it was like plus 24 to this 400% that we already have. So I think we're technically at plus 500% movement speed. At least that's what it feels like to me. Because I would have expected, like, I mean, it's only like plus 425. It's probably not that big of a difference. It's like probably a little tiny bit of a difference, but nah, I think it's an overall multiplicative thing, which is why I'm so much faster. One thing I can also do is, and I think we're going to do a little bit of stinky cheese. We need electric cables. We're gonna grab, we have steam turbines already. Steel. What else do we need to just have the cryovolcanic turbine? Gears? Okay. And now we sit and we wait. Soon we wait so we get more cliff explosives. Oh, also, Boy Meets Mini, I don't know. Because you probably missed this from earlier. But... Man, a lot of these conservatives are very, very mad about me making fun of ICE. And Charlie also making fun of ICE. Like, Charlie's making fun of Christine and of ICE. He does not like ICE. But all the conservatives are mad about it. It's very, very funny. Like, did these, like... I don't know if they're Charlie fans. I don't think they're Charlie fans. But do these fucking dumbasses not understand that Charlie would think that they're all just a bunch of bootlicking lemmings? And would have zero respect for them? Like, none whatsoever. I have zero respect for them because they're bootlicking fucking lemming losers. You know, I forgot to come here, actually, and, replace all the bots that are here with antimatter bots. But it'd be such a pain in the ass to do it. But it would be such a boon for Ceres. It would be so annoying, but it'd be so good. I'd save so much on power as well. Oh well. It's not the end of the world, though. Oh, I remember. I was saying stuff. So Emiru. Known Twitch streamer. Many such cases, I'm aware. Thoughts on ICE. If you're a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, or if you need a streamer who doesn't know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet. Now, okay, here's the thing. That sentiment is not inaccurate. However, big fucking problem. First off, politics, guess what? You live with it, whether you fucking like it or not. As the funny horseman once said, politics is very dumb, but it is very, very important. So you live with it whether you fucking like it or not. Period, end of story. What ice is doing to you is doing to Minnesota is eventually going to come to you. You don't get to say like, well, I'm above it all, whatever. I don't have to care about this. Stupid, obviously. The other main point, of course, being that given the fact that she still has decided, as far as we know, to not necessarily cut ties with Asmongold and fucking Tectone, the reason why she probably doesn't really want to comment all that much on Ice is because audience retention. So. Audience retention. Because the people have made it rather clear they hate Ice. Everyone has made it very clear that they hate Ice. So to just be like, well, you know, meh, who gives a shit about any of this stuff? I don't have to care about politics at all. I'm above it all. No, you're not. You're not above it all. So, whatever. So, her point, in a vacuum, is accurate. She's not wrong. The problem becomes, given how popular it is to have a rather terrible sentiment to not like Ice, not very difficult, by the way. They are a miserable, wretched organization. Of course, I use organization with air quotes, because... What if I were to tell you that ICE is not an organization? They're just a bunch of, like, little fucking demon freaks. But... to just say that you're above it all is it's the epitome of fucking privilege. It's like, no, you're not. Nobody is above it all. All of us are going to be dragged down into the fucking trenches, whether we fucking like it or not. And the only thing that we have to potentially save us is each other. Because the Democrats aren't going to save us. The Republicans sure as shit are not going to. So guess what? The courts, they ain't going to do shit. Corporations, they're not going to do shit. Everyone that's in power is either okay with this or could give less of a flying fuck. So guess what? It comes down to the people. Oh. Okay. That's not good. Let me guess, the damage protocol activated. I think I need to somehow fit more guns on here. The ship is fine. I need more guns somehow. It appears that one row is not enough, and we may also need to be able to produce way more fucking ammo. Yeah, we also need to produce more ammo. But those are relatively simple fixes. We're gonna have to do a fancy little trick. Normal gun turrets should be fine. I probably shouldn't need to have to put in additional heavies. But we can stick additional shitters in the front. Did we drop off the cliff explosives? I mean, we did make it to the planet, but then we just immediately left. No. It's mine. Me being basically born as an anti-nationalist, I've always hated borders, border patrol, and immigration enforcement. They were always fascists. Alex's murderers, having been border patrol years, confirms this. They were always garbage. Yeah, exactly. Alright. We need some more guns, don't we? I think just normal guns should be fine. Well, Daho, how are you gonna get fucking ammo to them? You are but a child. And we definitely do not have enough iron plate production for this shit. Both these are already affected by beacons. Trump caused the Venezuelan migration crisis, fear-mongered about Venezuelans to get elected, and is now trying to destabilize Venezuela again. Damn, it's almost as if Republicans have never cared about any of the consequences of their actions, and it turns out just forehead being against politics, quote-unquote, and not wanting to have your streamer be able to explain politics is actually incredibly fucking stupid. It's almost as if, again, as the funny horseman once said himself, politics is very dumb but very fucking important. Curse that funny horseman for being correct about stuff. How dare he be right about things? These don't give me regular bullet productivity. Oh, that sucks. That actually really fucking sucks. Does give me fucking bullet productivity for fucking red ammo and green ammo. That's unfortunate. About to say, like, I wonder why there's no productivity for yellow ammo. Because it just doesn't make any extra ammo. Great. Fantastic. That's pretty fucking lame, actually, I'm not gonna lie. That is pretty fucking doo-doo bupkis. Okay, let's see if this does the trick or not. At least my damage indicator thing actually works, so that's good. Off to Paracelsin. Because I think what I just needed is just more DPS. Make sure that their targeting is set properly. I don't want them shooting the big stuff, because that's just a waste. We'll have to make a new ship for these outer planets, given the density of the big asteroids. The rocket turrets are able to keep up, no problem. Just the guns weren't able to keep up. Looking good so far. Clean. Clean. Very clean. Very, very, very clean. Alright, more cliff explosives. Okay, we'll leave that all in there for the time being. That should be fine. Well, time to continue landscaping. Alright. Pretty good little plateau we've just cleared out for ourselves. Good start. I'm out of cliff explosives again. Wait, those can be covered up by landfill? I had no idea. Oh wow, I can just get myself a bunch of extra space. I had no idea. I should check also. What exactly amongst the recipes can make stone? How are we making concrete on this planet, for example? Because we need concrete. Or concrete, if you are so inclined. Here's the nitric acid processing. Of course, the Factorio giving us calcite carbon. Nitric acid, the plastic. Early lubricant, but we can't really make use of this recipe because we need the electrochemical plant for that. Although that is just not very difficult to probably make. Rocket fuel. Going to want that. Solid fuel, of course. I should not be using lava for this. Give me about 3,000 landfill. That should be more than enough for my purposes to fill in all these random little gaps everywhere, so then I can continue expanding upwards over here. Stick the power plant probably right around here somewhere. Just to give myself as much space as possible. And I should also get more dog shit. Very convenient that we can just cover all this shit with, which I believe should be nitrogen, with landfill, of all things. Thought I would have needed foundations. Guess not. That is just very, very convenient for me. Yeah, maybe I'll just start by using this initial patch over here. Stick the power plant over here. The rest of the production right around here. We just need to cover up a bunch of shit. There's a bunch of extra water there. Doesn't seem too bad. It seems pretty decent, actually. We can make that work. That does make me wonder, how exactly are we making concrete? How exactly are we making stone? Because we need concrete. Molten shit? No problem. Calcite and carbon? No problemo. I don't hear about stone. Ah, here it is. That's our source of stone. Zinc purification. Can make up to 5 to 20 stone. Very interesting. Which we can then use to make zinc. And then use it to make, well, necessary zinc-based products. Plates into solder, into rivets. And then we use that to make the rest of the products we need. Processing units from nitric acid. 4 ingredients. Interesting. It's not impossible to make sulfuric acid on this planet. We do get sulfur. But it would be more efficient to not have to use that and just use nitric acid instead. That means we don't need to use this to get sulfur whatsoever, do we? I'm trying to see where we can exactly cut out that specific recipe with the byproducts being ore and sulfur. Because then we can just use the molten stuff instead. Which is not too expensive to make. I'll have to do all the comparisons and everything, but if at any point in time we can use the foundry, you should just use the foundry instead. That certainly should be the plan. Give your video the traffic deserves. Give us money. No. Fuck you. Fuck you, TikTok. Suck my dick. No. 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 Okay, so my plan is going to be stick the power plant here. Because I do want to actually do it. I think I want to make this planet very robust and good and decent. For one reason and one reason only. We are definitely going to be using a lot of the products from here. 1000%. Those mechanical plants and electrochemical plants are going to be put everywhere, and those are going to be the new standard for our chemical plants and everything, because they are replacing the catalytic chemical plants and some of the functionalities of assembly machines. I think that essentially those are going to completely replace the assembly machine's role necessary for building engines and electric engines. We will not be having to use them anymore because they're just better. Just better machines. So we need to make sure that this place is very robust. So we're probably not going to be building anything for a while, and we're going to be doing a lot of landscaping. And I mean a lot of landscaping. So I guess we're just going to be sitting here for the time being. Fun, fun, fun. I hate a neutral ass bitch. Stand for something, ho. Now in a vacuum, I'm actually gonna say my take here. I have to say the take. Now in a vacuum, Emiru isn't technically wrong. The issue is that she is saying this to retain a particular audience. She still has not distanced herself from Tectone, from Rape Tone, rather. To retain a particular audience. And the broader sentiment across the country is God, ice is complete dog shit. Because I know a lot of dumbass Asmongold fans were really mad about the fact that Denims called Emiru a racist chud. Now, is Emiru racist herself? I've not seen any particular evidence to suggest that Emiru is racist. So I'm not going to say she's racist. I have no idea, to be quite honest. But to not call it the actions of ICE is complicity with ICE. That's just how it is. Period, end of story. It is complicity. Silence to a roving band of marauders and freaks destroying civil protections within the United States of America is endorsement. Period, end of story. That is how that works. It's very simple. It's not complicated. Everyone can, broadly speaking, agree with this, unless you're someone like Asmongold, who are the freaks from the beginning. Like, it doesn't matter what Asmongold has to say about this. He is just a moron. We all know that she's also saying this because the goal is to retain an audience. It's very, very, I think, simplistic, I'll be honest. Everybody hates ice. Why? Have you seen any videos? Meaning that the reason why she's saying what she's saying, there's a differing motivated reasoning for it. The period, end of story. And that is she doesn't want to lose her fucking Asmongold fans. Period. Her former podcast hosts fans. Period. Now we have a fucking Dobubu poster. Okay. It's a nice 3D model of a skull. In like 5 minutes. That's impressive. New video, pray for the left. They can shoot us and burn our cities. We'll still pray for them. Okay. Nice meme, Tom McDonald. Sure, man. Ola, how goes it? Oh, you know. Same day, same old, same old. Applying to more jobs and whatnot. Shit like that. Any responses? No. More reading of notes and all this bullshit. Praying that I'm somehow going to, I don't know, pass some tests and maybe, somehow, maybe I get a job from it. I don't know. I have to dunk on this conservative real quick. Hehe. Did you hear there's gonna be a football game to the Bad Bunny concert? That's funny. That's good. My sister-in-law told me she keeps telling that joke. I mean, it's a pretty good joke. Caught. It's a pretty good joke. Time to go back to Vulcanus and get more shit. Man, I have a lot of fucking just complete utter garbage in my inventory. Fuck my life, dude. Alright, well, back to clearing the landscape. Back to landscaping. inserts racist joke here about how it shouldn't be us noble white folk doing landscaping work. but the humble Hispanic. Can't believe that my heckin' leftist streamer would be so racist. That's true. Inconceivable. Not my hecking wholesome big epic big chungus streamer. My inventory's full. Oh, cock and balls and penis. I don't know. Did I forget to mention how much I absolutely enjoy the fact that my robots don't need to take up any power? So I can just keep working on clearing out all this fucking dog shit for all eternity, basically. Well, it bears mentioning again. What the fuck are you complaining about? I think we should be all fine and dandy here. I also need to make sure that I have plenty of usage of steam as well, because we're going to need a lot of steam. Because a lot of these recipes need steam. This thing's almost full again. Okay. Alright. More cliff explosives, more landscaping. And then to build the power plant. And then to talk about how racist Daho is, which is real and true. Yeah, I don't know. I almost just want to pin like a comment on the top of the, I don't know, most recent ice video, where it's just like, man, you people are just lemmings, huh? Honestly, I think that's like a perfect response to these people. It's like, oh, you love ice? Go become an agent then. You won't get paid. Yeah, like from just a pure labor perspective, yeah, it's a terrible job. You probably won't get paid, even though they have lofty goals of aspirations of, I don't know, paying you a bunch of money to do enforcement actions, and you get to break up families yourself. Have fun with that, and everyone in the country will fucking hate you and your guts and your entire family. So I don't know, have at it. That sounds like a perfect job for, I don't know, like a lemming such as yourself. Oh, like... That shit is unironic, I think, just... like, dating profile suicide. Like, total date profile suicide. If, I don't know, the girl you're trying to flirt with learns that you're a fucking ICE agent, they'll be like, It'll be correct to say that, by the way, because, ICE agents. Ew. Ew, ICE. Yeah, but the ew. Because guess what? It's not attractive to be a fucking fascist. People don't like fascism in the United States of America as much as these losers pretend that it is. It's not in reality. Every single fucking fascistic freak and, like, young man who's a still professed Trump supporter to this day does terribly on the dating market. Yeah, I wonder why most women tend to be on the left. I couldn't possibly think of a ton of reasonings as to why that could be the case. I know that Boy Meets Minnie has no idea, because Boy Meets Minnie is cringe. And he'll agree to that. He will just nod and be like, yep, I am cringe. Alright, now we have landfill.
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers. Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
Because you said so, Raiden. Duh. Why did you actually do the thing I asked you to do? Because you told me you asked me to do it, Raiden. Doctor. I'm going to say the N-word, but Raiden, you'll get cancelled on Twitter. Do it! Okay. Nuclear! It's a good game. It's not very long. It's a pretty short game. Unless you also play the DLC. But even that's not very long either. Honestly, the only reason why that game has had a fucking resurgence in terms of, like, any form of, like, notoriety whatsoever is purely because of the Maxor video. And it's not necessarily the game's fault itself, it's just, like, in terms of other Metal Gears, it's very, very out of place. Not that that's, like, a bad thing, necessarily, but it's just like, huh. So we're trading, like, slow, stealth-style, like, gameplay for, like, hard-hitting action and, pure fucking aggression, like, hack-and-slash gameplay. Okay, like, not that I'm upset about that. Like, you know, that's, like, cool and all. It's like, yeah, you know, change of pace is always good. It's just, like I was not, it's just, like, it's one of those situations. It's like, I was just not expecting that, honestly. It's just like, huh, okay. Cool. Not that I'm complaining. Nah, they didn't really try to be like Devil May Cry. I don't think so. I mean, we can make the argument that, like, during the... When did Metal Gear Revengeance come out? It came out, like, the early 2010s, I think. the fuck is this music? What is this Kingdom Hearts ass, fucking Disney looking head ass, fucking ass music, dude? What the hell? Fucking Jesus Christ! Sora's about to come out with the corner, talk about Donald and fucking Goofy, and I'm gonna start singing Nyah. Start hearing Nyah. It's like, all right. I was not expecting this in my Factorio games. So, talking about change of pacing. Even though there is a mod that does turn Factorio into a bit of an RPG progression system, so you know. I'm still just very thrown off by this music. I'm not gonna lie. I was not expecting Kingdom Hearts music. Very suddenly. Again, not that I mind. It's just like, huh, well, okay. Cool. It's just... It's a little off. It's very, very unexpected. Okay, there will be no mixed ores here. Remember, as a Factorio engineer, we are racist. No fluid mixing and no ore mixing. Not allowed. Unless you want to go with sushi belts. Which is fine then. Then mixing of items doesn't matter. But we're not going with sushi belts. Alright, let's go get more cliff explosives, because we're out again. We have used quite a few cliff explosives, and have built basically nothing quite yet. That's fine. We are just landscaping for now. Because we want to clear out all this dog shit. How far up north do I want to go? This planet's literally Minnesota? No, that's Aquilo. Actually, no. Aquilo is the... Aquila is the Antarctic, where there's literally nothing besides ice and ocean, but not a lot of ice. This place is more like the boreal forests of Canada. I'm out of cliff explosives again. Son of a bitch. Yeah, we can't be cliffist because we don't have the explosives to be cliffist. We can be nitrogenist, of course. We can still be somewhat racist in other ways, but... Huh? Yes, thank you, puto. I know. Okay, I think after we get this latest round of cliff explosives, I think we are pretty much ready to start building. Lovely. Should be good. I probably should not be automatically just turning all of that stone into landfill, but... We have also, I believe, gathered enough tungsten carbide and tungsten plates to be able to make one copy of each of this planet's unique buildings. Yes, it's 25 each. We still need to make a ship that ships in more, though. However, I do believe that you can use mechanical plants in order to build more of these, so we obviously do the trick where we use the thing to build itself. Because getting a free one every, well, other craft is obviously very, very good. We're 5 subs away from 400. Let's go. You'll love to see it. Oh, also, I don't know if anyone saw the video of Jake Lang kicking over the ice sculpture in front of Minneapolis's, I think, City Hall building. But he like kicked the initial part of the sign and was like about to fall over, you know, getting like essentially permanent aura loss. Because it's like, wow, you almost just ate shit kicking a fucking a sculpture. Very, very funny. And then pretty much like after that, or to beep beep. Hmm? You know, I should stop bothering with this shit specifically. For now. Okay, I don't know what was causing that, but I'm assuming it was probably a one-off thing on Rubia, so it should be not a big deal. Maybe I should have used nuclear weapons in order to do my landscaping. That would have been a smart thing to do, but unfortunately I'm not exactly the smartest individual, so I did not use any nuclear weapons. Oh well. We need these. These. I'll give myself all my inserters. Now, I do believe this is a frozen planet. Yep. Okay. So I need to provide heating everywhere. I should also send down the pump jacks as well. Do you need water? We get that water from the cryovolcanoes. Okay. Nitrogen and vaterite. Now the problem is, in order to mine the vaterite, we don't need burners for these. No, we don't. So that's convenient. We just need some form of thing that can be fuel. But we also have a bunch of vaterite to start the process. Now, do I want the pump jacks or do I want the magic pump jacks? So the problem with the magic pump jacks is that we would need something to kickstart the magic pump jacks. What am I supposed to use as burnable material? 50 cryovolcanic turbines. Yeah, it's just a little guy. Look at it. Just 80 kilowatts of power. These things might actually be kind of useful on Aquilo. So it'll probably be nice to have a bunch of those. Unironically. We should get some burning tower or heating towers. Pipe. Pipe. Heating towers. Oh, squeeze me. These. Gonna need those. What else? Top there. Okay. Let's see, what do we get from the offshore pumps? Nitrogen, okay. Good to know, good to know. I figured that should be the nitrogen. It's the thing that makes the most sense. Okay, so let's make sure we actually ratio everything out. So it's one exchange. It's a 1 to 2 ratio, or no, it's a 7 to 8 ratio. So for every 8 condenser turbines, you need at least 7 heat exchangers to make enough steam. I don't think I want these things to be attached to one another. Okay. Let's go with something like this in terms of a design. This will get me the ratios that I want. It's fucking, you're being woke? Homosexual even? What the? Well, I mean, Smitty, you know that's illegal, right? Under the charter of being a Daharumba enthusiast, you cannot be woke. You are aware of this, correct? Being woke, not allowed. Being a homo, not allowed.
Wrong.
Well, looks like you're gonna get fired then. How about them apples, bastard? You want to say that I'm wrong? No, you're getting fired. You're losing your job. What the hell woke game are you playing? Yeah, that's true. People like Grums would have you believe that every game is actually woke and homosexual. South of Midnight. I mean, you did say you were probably going to play that game. Well, Boy Meets Mini, you have fun, I don't know, getting harangued by Asmongold viewers saying, man, I wish I could fuck that 15-year-old. Am I right, fellas? Now, Alex has no idea what the fuck we're talking about, so he's probably just like, what the fuck? But unironically, I don't know if I did a segment about this, but Asmongold was like, I don't know, doing his like typical anti-woke fucking pandering, saying, oh, I mean, you have to have an attractive female be your main protagonist in video games. If you have a female protag, that's the only thing that makes sense. It's like, Asmongold, that's a 15-year-old. Or was it a 17-year-old? It doesn't matter. Inappropriate age for to be saying like mentally ill shit like this. Yeah, the main character is 17. In South of Midnight. Yeah. Yes, it gets your weird chance very appropriate, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, she's a senior in high school. Mm-hmm. Whoa, 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 whoa. Talking about Pokemon in my Daharumba streams? What are you, fucking gay? What are you, cringe? How dare you mention pocket monsters in this stream chat? Disgraceful. Homosexual, even. Boy Meets Mini, I'm gonna need you to kick at least 5 espers for that. Now, I know that Alex was threatening. What the hell is this Zelda-ass music we got now? Yeah, how dare you mention Pokemon in this stream? Clearly, all we care about is being homo queers. Come on, you get with the program. We're homos. We're homos for the glomos and the shlomos. That's what I'm saying. Torterra, definitely a homo queer. Dude, we got some Zelda-ass fucking music right now. This is crazy. That's true. Very gay. Greta. We all know about grubby Greta. How she's a little, well, she's just so ungrateful. She needs to be more grateful to the United States of America, who's just the best at everything. Come on. Why is she so angry all the time? Must be the autism. I can't believe that Greta would hate the United States of America so much. Who's literally keeping everybody safe, as we all know, folks. She's so ungrateful. She needs to smile more. Also, Trump has definitely gone a lot more like old-timey misogynist with his misogyny now. It's like, why aren't you smiling? Why aren't you being grateful to dear leader? I'm doing like literally everything for you. She's like, I wonder why people might not like you. I wonder why reporters are not smiling when they're around you. I couldn't possibly think of anything. I couldn't think of any potential reasoning why that might not be the case, Trump. I wonder why people might not like you all that much. We all know that Boy Meets Minnie has no idea because he's gay. And gay people would never get it, right? Because they're gay. Which means stupid. Gay people, all stupid.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
we got any truers? Yeah, we're truing that. We're truing that, right? We're truing that. Power plant's coming along nicely, and then we do a little this. Flip her around. Do I care if these mix their pipes? I don't think I really care all that much. No, I don't think I care if these mix at all. I don't think I give a shit. I should probably eventually replace these with zinc pipes. Once we have the ability to make zinc pipes, because I'm assuming they're probably better than the insulated pipes. Not that insulated pipes are bad, but if we get our hands on better, we're going to use better. Like I said, I'm definitely going to be putting a ton of attention to detail in how I'm designing this base. Because we need this one in particular to be quite robust. This is Zelda-ass music, dude. The next thing we're going to have to immediately concern ourselves with after power is taken care of is we are going to have to immediately concern ourselves with heat pipe production, which means we'll need copper, we'll need steel. This is technically a waste, but I'm doing this for symmetry's sake, so that's why I'm doing this. And then we're going to put those two there in case we want to keep expanding it. That should not be attached to this. In fact, we just get rid of that because we don't need it. That is the exit point for that. And then obviously we stick in the storage tanks right here, which I should just go grab now. Catalytic chemical plants. Storage tanks. Bombas. Need pumps. Yeah, we need pumps. That reminds me. Yeah, this thing got fucking stranded here because it ran out of fucking fuel. Can we make it back with this much fuel? Because you are completely out of, yeah, that shit. So far, so good. Plenty of ammo on the belts. Energy stored. It's gonna run out relatively soon, but it's fine because we made it out. Perfect. And back to pretty much novice. Because the solar panels should be able to last just long enough. Or rather, all of the stored fuel we have should be able to last just long enough to make it back. And that's all that matters. And then you get your nuclear fuel, and then you're good to go. My dumbass interrupt. My chud-ass interrupt never activating when it's supposed to. Are you having the same problem? No, not yet. Okay. And that's the throttle put back in place. Don't pay attention to the fact that I have created a flying shipwreck. Okay, so what we need here is we need a pump. Storage tank. Then grab the pumps. These, the cryovolcanic turbines, those are going to be the main thing that kickstarts everything. To start the initial production of the solid fuel necessary in order to be able to create, well, more shit. We use the sulfur on probably a couple burner pump jacks. On a burner pump jack, rather. I don't have any other thing. We have some iron plates. So we use that to make a burner pump jack. I'm short one plate of iron. Surely there's a crash pod somewhere around here that I can just grab real quick. Right there. One burner pump jack. We're going to use the magic pump jacks to pump up the water. Because they don't need any heat pipe. And they can feed themselves because the things that we're going to be extracting is water. We just need something to kick it. And that's going to kick it. And I'll take care of water for this. Water for the rest of the factory is probably going to come from this source over here. Which we can siphon real quick from here to kick it. If I need more water, I can come over here with like a train or something. Easy peasy. fact, we have a fuck ton of water, so water's not a problem. You should not be attached there. You should be attached here. We'll do 2 cattle with chemical plants. We'll have a pump going this way. That's going to be the main source of water. Burner pump jack. Grab this. Okay, that's water. And if we have to keep going, we can keep going. Maybe I should put Asmongold as one of my tags. You know, we'll maybe get a lot more fucking dipshits to entertain myself with. Yeah, more engagement, that's true. Alright, now this is what I call a great looking, easily expandable power plant. Because you know what we can do? Do a big old copy and a big old paste. We'll just have to remove all the gubbins, like the pumps and this stuff, and do some slight adjustments, and that will be a very easily tileable, expandable power plant. But we need more turbines, more heat exchangers, more everything. Boy Meets Mini, are you trying to say to me that Factorio was designed in mind with software engineers in mind? What are you, fucking gay or something? What are you, fucking gay or something? What the? Homosexual? What the? Damned homos. Yes. Alright. Magic pump jack time, except for one of them, which is not going to be a magic pump jack. That's you. We need more pipe. Yeah, we need more pipe. Well, looks like we're done here for the moment. But yeah, we're gonna set up the pipes for this, then do the initial pumping, then replace this, put in the magic pump, integrate that into the rest of the system, because once this loop is going, the loop is going. We don't have to concern ourselves anymore with it. And then pump it up this way, pump it up around like so, pump it up to over here, blah, 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 blah. Easy, easy peasy. And that'll be the water taken care of. Now to deal with all the waste. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Don't ask why I sang that song. I will shit my pants. I will go to hell. I will go to hell. I will go to hell. Alright, so this thing is the Vaterite. We also need the Vaterite to go up and do the thing. So... Okay. The fucking Kingdom Hearts music's back. Okay, so this is just Vaterite and nitrogen. Very, very cheap. Very, very cheap. We're going to use all the sulfur that we got just as like a Kickstarter to be able to make sure that the buildings are not frozen. Which means I should grab my longhand stack inserters. This planet would be a lot easier with the radiative heating towers, but we don't have those because that means we'd have to go to Aquilo to get those. Because the radiative heating towers just get rid of ice in an area. But the heating towers in this particular instance are technically better because they will not only double as a heating source, but they will also double as a as my way to generate heat for power. And the problem is I'd also would have to put those towers all over the place on my this base over here, for example. No, this one works best with the heating towers because of the convector. Yeah, because lava cakes are free. Because I'm trying to think of some potential applications for the radiative heating towers. There are. It'll be obviously really good on Ceres. Good on Aquilo. I don't think I want to do it for this planet, actually. Because lava cakes are free. Like, it just costs lava. And lava costs nothing. So I don't think I want to do that. Obviously, on this puta, will probably be completely torn apart. What's the other? Nyx. Is it good for Nyx? AKA Dix. Yes. Because I'm already using solid fuel to provide heating for the base, because then I can get rid of all these damn heat pipe all over the place and just use the radiative heating towers, which are way better. We just have to kind of shove them in all over the place, but otherwise that won't be too bad. That'll be much, much better. I've been here kind of for a while. Whoops. Pick me up more shit. It'll be interesting to have to create the Void Dragon 3, because we will have to create a Void Dragon 3, by the way. Because Void Dragon 2 won't be able to get to Secretas and Frosetta. Because this is a planet that's beyond Aquilo. Which means this place has the planetoid chunks for asteroids, which means railguns. Yep, we need railguns, and this is maybe where we use those upgrade crushers that we have from this planet, Scheiterben. We can use those to make the copper and all the calcite we need. Yeah, whoa, railguns. Yeah, really big. Whoa, big gun. Whoa. Whoa, big gun. Whoa. Am I already starting to run low on natural gas? Well, goddamn. Well. I still have these 2 mines, so I'm not running low. But the natural gas yields on this planet are not great. If I have to go get more natural gas, I can go out this way to get some more. Right. Let's think about how we're going to make all of our solid fuel. We're going to use the solid fuel recipe to make the... instead of this, because this recipe is significantly more complex. This is going to be rather simple and clean and easy. It's 8 per second. Okay. Didn't send down any of the beacons. It's fine. Oh, we got an ice supporter in chat. Oh, everyone in YouTube chat, we got a fucking ice supporter. Everyone point and laugh at the ice supporter. How's it feel supporting the Gestapo freaks who nobody fucking likes? How's it feel supporting a domestic terrorist organization? One of you finally decided to come out of the woodwork. Typically, you just cower out like little pussies. But you're here now. We can just make fun of you. How fun. How much per second does this consume? 100 per second? That's not that expensive. Okay. Well, you got nothing to say, Ty Oakart? You want to just cower out like a little bitch? No, your funeral. You will not be remembered well in history. Too many slurs. Don't worry, Alex. I understand. I think I'm just going to make one of each for these things. That is true. These people do like terrorism. They are all terrorists. This is a factual actual. That's real and true, and perhaps not based, because terrorism is kind of cringe. True. Okay, so for the base itself, we're going to use this patch of Vaterite specifically for here, because I don't want to use splitters, because splitters need to be defrosted, and that's annoying. We can use this source of Vaterite for the base. Just run a really long belt, which is fine. You're going to be the sapphirite source, you're going to be the tetrahydrite source. That's going to go here to make the solid fuel, to make our power plant work. Oh, so I don't know why. I don't know why these people all make fun of my voice. It's very strange to me. That's another thing that perplexes me about the attacks that these conservatives do. It's like, yeah, it sounds about right. I knew you'd sound like, I don't know, a fucking homosexual or something. It's just like, huh? It's just very weird. Like, I don't get it. Don't really exactly understand what the problem my voice has in the minds of these like very, very strange individuals. I just find it to be quite peculiar. Like, I guess I could just, like, hit them with the counter argument of, like, okay, I mean, if your voice sounds so good, then fucking post your voice. Do I need to do, like, a post-voice meme or some shit now for these individuals? Like, I don't get it. Okay, well, yeah, I'm saying this all, like, kind of rhetorically. Like, yeah, obviously, they can't attack me argument, in terms of, like, an argument, because they have none. These people never have any arguments. So they have to do, like, the 3 IQ troglodyte attacks. To a certain extent, I am saying this all rhetorically. It's just because I just see it as it's very, very fucking, like, beta behavior. It's, like, very beta, very, very beta, very submissive, demure, humble, like, behavior. And not, like, in, like, a good way, just, like, in a very, like, cringe, sort of, like, pathetic way. Which is why I will just keep constantly saying it's just strange to me. Like, I don't get it. They want to be Nick Shirley so bad. They are all bootlicking submissive beta simps. That's true. Yeah, but you don't want to be like. Why would these people want to be like Nick Shirley? To be Nick Shirley, I think that's a moral failing. Like, that's just a failing. Like, you don't want to be that literal brick for brains. Because that dude, unironically, I think he's just slow. Daho, isn't that kind of rude? Yeah. It's supposed to be kind of rude, because Nick Shirley's a fucking dumbass. Like, you unironically do not want to be that fucking brick for brains. I should increase the amount of pipe. Just double it. I need more pipe. I do have to say, I'm very glad that the Warhammer shorts are doing, the Warhammer clips are doing very, very well on TikTok. The first one I released on Nux on the TikTok, the exclamation mark TikTok, did very well. Also, like, if you want to have, like, hopium, to be like, oh my god, good to see that there are not a bunch of insane people. You just look at those TikTok comments, because it's just everyone clowning on Nux. Oh, and Sargon as well. And just being like, wow, these guys are fucking idiots, and they have no idea what Warhammer is about. It's very funny. Burnt Peanut faces view-botting accusations. Or faces view-botting accusations on Twitter. I mean, to a certain extent, everybody fucking view-bots on Twitch. Ultimately, the question becomes, is it on purpose? Or is it on accident? Like, you have no idea that it's happening, and you have nothing to do with it. And from the response that he had, it was not a good response. Making me think, like, oh, you do it on purpose. It's like, oh, you seem to do it on purpose. Where he basically said, like, yeah, I'm view-botting, like, fucking cope about it. It's just like, that's not a very good answer to the question. Is to be like, I don't know, like a ostensibly like wretched little shit about it. It's a play, but not a really good one. Like, out of all the plays that someone can make, that's one of the bad ones. Ugh. Also, apparently, a U.S. Marshal kicked a puppy. So that's pretty epic. Oh man, kicking puppies. We love our Heckin' U.S. Marshal Arenos, don't we? Yeah, there's a video of a U.S. Marshal kicking a puppy. Which left it with a broken rib. A task force of officers was serving a warrant at an apartment complex. Took Jaquise Henderson into custody when owner Emma Hollingsworth puppy bolted out, circling and barking near a police canine. Footage shows the deputy kicking Yoshi, apparently is the name of the dog, who suffered a fractured rib. Is now resting on pain meds, and it's a video. It's like it's a fucking puppy, man. Like, yeah, but listen, Alex, I have bad news for you, but Esper isn't real. That's gonna be like a core memory for that fucking puppy, by the way. Because I think don't animals also have core like dogs also have core memories and shit like that, if I recall correctly, right? I'm pretty sure they do. That's gonna fucking traumatize the fucking dog, because it's gonna be like, oh fuck, like how do I know I'm not just gonna get like kicked in the chest randomly? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, they've also been helping ICE. Like those guys were like serving a fucking warrant. Very cool, very good. Dude, the conservative movement is so funny. Just like those, like, gay conservatives and trans conservatives and all these people, by the way. There's now this, like, one goth conservative. Full makeup, literally everything. The thing that, like, all these, like, God-fearing Americans would be terrified of back in, like, during the 90s, during the Satanic Panic. I find that to be fucking hilarious. Very, very funny. It's like, why the hell are you a fucking and the dude's just like does the same old like stupid chud shit. It's like it's boring, it's uninteresting. I've seen a couple of like the clips make the rounds. It's just like, wow, Jesus Christ. These people are all like the same like mind-numbing fucking morons. And there's nothing ever interesting going on in terms of like a critique or in terms of like analysis whatsoever, because it's always the same fucking grievance bullshit every single fucking time. I just don't understand why. Why are these why are conservatives the way that they are? It's always the same talking points. It's tiring, it's boring, it's nonsensical. It makes them look terrible strategically wise because they all just whine about the same shit constantly. It's just like, God, you people are just miserable. That's that event being done with. Alright, back to Paracelsin. To deliver all these pipe. Then I need to send this thing off to Hieron to get more fucking belts. You know, another important thing to consistently do that you should never forget to do is to say that Nazis want to rape children. Very, very important. Remember, never forget Nazis want to fuck kids. there's some extra shit I need to send down. Right, I didn't get any heat pipes because I got them from Novice. In fact, I'm going to increase this from 500 to 2,000 heat pipe. Where's the heat pipe? Not 20,000. That's too much. Okay, the only thing that we'll have left to figure out is how we're going to fit in some beacons, and we probably fit them in over here. And then we just need a localized heating tower to heat up all of the machines. And then we can flick this thing on. And this should be 128 turbines, which will be a gigawatt. Fact. Increase that by 50%. Make it 1.5 gigawatts. Don't have enough, do we? Where do I make the fucking heat pipe? It's been about 3 hours. Well, this thing is more or less finished. We just need to drop off the necessary stuff and then to kickstart the whole process. Then put down the big mining drills, get the vaterite, pipe that all in appropriately, blah 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 blah, then done. And now we have water. Lovely. What a fucking jangled mess of pipes I have had to create in order to make this shit work. If it works, it works. Oh. There's our water. Okay. Done with the Factor Oreos for the time being. Very cool, very good. Love that for us. Alright. Grab water. Luckily, the stuff we have to talk about today, it's not much. Not much to talk about today. Mostly because I was not planning on not talking about much today. It's so good to always have like a bit of a slow down day. I mostly wanted to play Factorio so I can finally go on another planet. Finally be done with Rubia. Feels good to be on another planet. Even though if it's another like complete shit show frozen planet. Eh. Yeah, no more Narca Rubia, exactly. I mean, we have to go back to Rubia eventually. But, you know. Okay, where is what I'm looking for? Here is what I'm looking for. Alright, I'm gonna grab water, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then we're gonna go ahead and yap about the stuff on the title. I'll be right back. Hey, hey, hey. We're so Barack. Hussein Obama now. Trump is suing the government. Is it fair to ask Americans to pay for that? I'm giving it to charity. I don't think Americans want... Also, which charity? Yeah, I don't know why he's suing the government. Ooh, this is definitely going to trigger all of the conservatives. Team USA freestyle skiers say they feel bad about representing America at the Olympics due to ice. Doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Like, everyone around the world, like, laughs at you people because of the current administration that's currently in power. Of course, like, conservatives are going to be very, very normal about this and say, like, leave the country. Even though they're an American citizen. Like, it's very stupid. No, I mean, like, we saw the video, by the way. It's not that Italians hate Americans. They were cheering for all the American athletes when they were walking on the stage. They're just like, yay, American athletes. And then they see JD Vance and like, fuck that guy. What the fuck is the logic behind this? What? Oh yeah, the Italian economy and the job market there is also pretty bad. It's not great. But I would definitely go to Italy. I've been to Milan once. I've been to Milan once. And I would certainly like to go there. To Italy. The rest of Italy. Do we also want to throw in another short thing with, like, Kamala Harris trying to appeal to Zoomers or something? Trying to position herself for another presidential run as well. Yes, I'm going to also talk about that. That's going to be included. Yeah, I think I've mentioned it before offhand on another sort of part of the segment. Oh, and by the way, the Italians, you know what they did? They immediately started going out and yelling about it in Milan. They're just like, no, we don't want ice here. Like, we see what they do in America. Fuck those guys. Absolutely not. They can stay the fuck away. And if it's Italians that are getting up and fucking... Italians getting up and fighting and, like, protesting as well. Italians who are doing that shit. Like, you fucked up. I know a bunch of Italians. They are... They don't get up and do much of anything for no reason, okay? They need to be given a reason. Yeah, it seems like they are so stupid they fucked themselves over by saying that. Like, why did you want to bait protesters? Yeah, there was like I think there were some like Italians that were protesting, saying like, no, we don't want ice here. Fuck off. Right? Milan famous for... Oh, that's what you mean. You don't want to fuck with him? Mm-hmm. Yep. That was in Milan? Where the hangings occurred? Didn't know that. No, well, get owned, Mussolini. You deserve it, bitch. Oh, someone who's actually at the Olympics there. Definitely gonna get that. Might not have been executed in Milan. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think they got executed in Milan. I think it was in, I think it was around Rome, right? Because that's where he was at. Let me double check that, I'm curious. Where was Mussolini hung? Just like the first thing that pops up. No, it was in Milan. Bodies of Mussolini and Petacci were taken to Milan and left in a suburban square. But they were left there. Of course, killed by the Italian partisans. Yeah, they were probably killed somewhere else, and then we all know. Yeah, we know the famous pic, right? Damn, you fucked up your dog whistle. Complete utter failure, dude. Yeah, new dog whistle, 5 upside down faces, that's true. Milan is where most of Italy's tech sector is. Interesting. One of them, like Mussolini, was socialist turned fascist? Yeah, of course. So are you describing Boy Meets Minnie then? Because we all know Boy Meets Minnie, giant fascist. Boy Meets Minnie, why are you such a fascist? Typical Boy Meets Minnie being a fascist. No, he's a leftist and now he's a fascist. Come on, we all know this. Come on, Alex, get it right. What the heck? Do we want to also do a blurb on Kamala? I mean, I kind of want to wait until Kamala Harris announces that she's going to run. I mean, it was rumored that she was going to run, but I don't think she's going to run. Oh, you want to know the funny thing about that? Is their original for their quote-unquote like Gen Z led content creation hub / leader hub had originally headquarters _67 and then they changed it. Didn't even keep up the 6-7 bit for a day. It went to some other account who had the name before. It's really funny. And now all the fucking account, it's just like dem slop, basically. A very consultancy brain, very soy, very Reddit shit, blah, 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 blah. Okay, can I go to the page and not the page of the dude? God, this fucking whatever the fuck is so dog shit. Near the border with Switzerland, he was trying to escape to Switzerland. Ah, okay. Yeah, because I was about to say, I'm pretty sure he was not killed in Milan, right? Everything was like collapsing, and then he decided to fuck off. Do we also want to include the part where the Israeli team was also getting fucking booed? Because you should always boo Israel. Booing Israel is correct. Yeah, we're gonna throw that in there as well. Because they are broadly seen as quote-unquote still European. That's why. Still part of the Mediterranean. They have not... I do believe that Israel got kicked out of Eurovision, but they are still broadly seen as a part of Israel, or part of the Mediterranean. Let me see if I can find this video. Yeah, it's very weird, the sort of distinctions here. But it is what it is. Wish I knew what the source of this was.
More?
Shut up.
What's going on, internet?
Shut up! This is time-stamped. Someone else did it. Perfect. Rockstar Union busting. Do gamers identify with the games they play and rob themselves of joy? That's actually an interesting question. No, it's some individual named Black Hokage. It's a clip that I came across, and I became instantaneously interested because the dude is having a podcast, and he's talking about the school system basically saying it's cooked. Saying that the education system is cooked. Talking about AI, it's because of attention rates. And I mean, I want to do a segment into that because there's a bunch of stuff that's going on. I think more and more standards for testing have been getting lowered as a byproduct of a lot of these schools wanting to make sure that they keep their funding, right? So they've been lowering standards and passing more people that should be getting failed. And also there are instances of, I think, film schools with new students having to try to adapt to have them be able to learn like film theory and whatnot, trying to use shorter films to keep people's attention spans. And I mostly just want to use it as a springboard, because from what I'm seeing here, Black Hokage just seems to be kind of like a normie gaming streamer. And if normie gaming streamers are starting to talk about these topics, that's how you know it's really bad. Oh yeah, even more Nori streamers I follow have been talking about it. They have strong no politics rules in their communities. Bunch of VTubers I've also followed before have talked about these topics as well, even though they will just dip into these topics every now and again. Like, by the way, like, the right wing loves to, like, I don't know, constantly, like, lose their fucking goddamn shit over people not engaging with politics and whatnot, yada yada yada. Unfortunately, politics is a reality of life. You are affected every single day by political decisions. It is important to understand and see, like, what's going on. You have to know what's going on around you. You have to. Period. End of story. It's incredibly important. Students haven't lost focus, they lost the reason to care. I don't disagree with this, by the way. Use of AI. Six in 10 Canadian students now use generative AI for their schoolwork. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, that's really bad. But here's the thing, I don't blame students for doing this, I'll be honest, right? There seems to be an interesting blog that I just found here saying that students haven't lost focus, they've lost the reason to care. I don't disagree with this argument, right? Because I don't know, like, I know that a bunch of US states are banning because I think a bunch of like U.S. states are trying to ban cell phones to try to make people care, and I think that's like a temporary solution. I don't think it's really going to help because again, they're going to like students are going to go back to their homes and they're going to use generative AI in order to be able to do their fucking homework for them, right? I don't think it's going to help whatsoever. It's bad. Oh, here's the article about watching movies. Majority of film students are having trouble sitting through movies. Atlantic's recent report on film studies professors, and I won't lie, sense of dread set in immediately. Is this really where we're at now? Because if it is, then cinema is facing a bigger problem than bloated runtimes and superhero fatigue. According to the piece, professors across the country are dealing with students who physically cannot sit through a movie without reaching for their phones. That didn't shock me so much as it confirms a suspicion I've had for years. What did shock me is that some instructors have simply stopped assigning full films altogether, resorting to selected clips because students aren't retaining what they watch anyways. That's immensely discouraging if you care about cinema as an art form. It feels damn near existential. This is all, by the way, designed by conservatives on purpose. Yep. And guess who's not doing anything about it? The Democrats. The arts have been on the fucking chopping block since, well, the advent of the New Deal. Like, there really needs to be a just complete, utter, just... cultural revolution within the United States of America. New Deal to, like, to fix any of this stuff. If you want to fix any of this stuff, you really need to... There has to be, like, something extreme has to happen in order to fix this. It's happening in pockets. People are doing phone-free parties, but like you said, Band-Aid. Yeah, it's not going to fix the actual problem. my god, this happened to my niece. We went to an orchestra playing songs from Avatar: The Last Airbender. At the end of every song, she would click her phone on for no reason. It's not like if she got a message, she would answer it. It's like a smoker fidgeting. Yup. I got what I needed. Yeah, it's as we've all been saying, as I have also been saying, shit's looking pretty fucking bleak at the moment. It's not peak. It's pretty fucking bleak. Alright, let's get started with this. So, the Olympics. They're in Milan, they're in Italy. Big fun, lovely. You love to see the Olympics and the US showing up to the Olympics and basically getting immediately booed. Not the athletes themselves. The athletes were getting their cheers, of course. Let me just get that clip real quick. Here. Yeah, so the exact moment here where JD Vance, you know, with all of the US sort of stars, quote unquote. Funnily enough, about this particular moment is when JD Vance shows up on the screen, he ends, or the boos start to get sort of censored, which is really, really funny. Can't have the thin-skinned individuals that we're talking about here be too, I don't know, upset about the fact that it turns out everyone around the world really fucking hates the current administration that's in power right now. Because it's not just low approval rating amongst Americans, right? The rest of the world is also rather sickening. People have no ill will to the American people. Like, most people around the world don't really have much ill will to the American people. Unless they're like Gestapo, ICE supporting fucking weirdos and like mentally ill lemming schizophrenics. Trust me, find plenty of those on fucking social media. No one has any problems with those guys, whatsoever. It's just the current administration that's in power that's doing all the fucking abhorrence. I believe this has, because there's a bunch of instances of the actual clip itself getting censored. It should be fairly obvious why. Because we're talking about the Trump administration. A field of just individuals with some of the most thin skin on the fucking planet. Everybody within the Trump administration are all just petulant children who think that they're like popular aura farmers, but when in reality they are not. Broadly speaking, around the world, they are hated. I believe this is a clip of someone who's also in the arena itself, in the stadium itself. Maybe I just want to like take a listen to this because I want to get like a more sort of like clear sort of hearing of it. Everyone's cheering on the athletes. there's JD Vance right on the fucking Jumbotron. Yep, this is when the booing is gonna start. There. Yeah, guess what? Trump, trust me. Because here's the thing with Trump, like, quite specifically, like, very often, because, let's be honest here, and I've come around to this. This is like the take that Vosh had, specifically on Trump. I don't think Trump is capable of lying, right? Like, he'll lie, but I think he's at the point in his age where he's gone so far down his, like, delusional rabbit hole because he's incredibly fucking old and he wants to have, like, some form of, like, legacy left behind for himself. I think he unironically does believe that he has, like 70 plus approval rating throughout the entirety of the country, that the economy is great, that the gas prices are all down. I think, like, he's been, just like every other billionaire and incredibly powerful person that generally exists, they've been surrounded for so long for so many sycophants and so many yes men and people who will always just gas them up no matter what, that it's just going to be he unironically believes his own hype. He unironically, I think, just believes the fact that, wait, what do you mean? The interest rates, they're actually fantastic. They're so good. The economy is great. Literally everyone's saying that I've gotten trillions upon trillions of dollars for the United States of America. I did that. That's totally me. Gas prices, it's all 150 all across the nation. Well, that's just not true. It's just a lie, right? But he has been sort of gassed up and fed so much bullshit from his yes men for so long that he just unironically fucking believes it, which is why I don't think he's like capable at lying, which is why, like, just quote unquote pointing out lies of the Trump administration, it just doesn't work, like, because he doesn't care. He's surrounded by a bunch of sycophants who are okay with the current conditions happening right now in terms of the destruction of civil liberties, in terms of the material conditions getting worse for the people of the United States of America, and more money getting funneled up to the top, which is beneficial for Trump and also all of his fucking cronies that are currently in power. Like, it makes sense that he probably, like, unironically does believe his own hype, despite the fact that there is literally absolutely nothing to it. Of course, like, because of the fact that, again, the people of Italy and, well, all the other individuals that are, I assume, attending the Olympics, they're not upset with the United States athletes and all of the sort of citizens of the United States of America. They don't have a problem with them. The problem they have is specifically with the administration that's in power. And speaking on that, it makes it such that a lot of people who are meant to represent the United States on the international stage just feel kind of bad about the fact that, like, yeah, ICE is kind of shitty, the administration in power is kind of shitty, but here's the thing with people like Jack Posobiec, who is just a Nazi, barely sentient, like, sometimes you question that he's a fucking human. Obviously he's just going to be like, yeah, dude, America needs to, like, throw out this American citizen. Why? Because he talks shit on fucking America on the world stage. It's like, buddy, like, everyone's already fucking talking shit about you. Like, what the fuck do you mean? I think it makes a lot of sense why people are having mixed feelings about wanting to be a representative of the U.S. Because, like, they are representatives of the current nation of the United States of America, of the current administration, whether they like it or not, right? And not that I think anything is going to happen to these people, right, to the athletes, because most people have the wherewithal and understand it's not their fault. They just have a bunch of, like, orange buffoons and, like, complete, like, pedophilic morons currently in power that's running their country, and it's making everything worse. Like, did the people of the United States of America ask for this? No. Unironically, Ayatollah Khamenei also understands that when he says death to America, he does not mean to the citizens of America. He means the current powers that be, the military-industrial complex, the state of America, the bureaucratic mechanisms that currently run America. He's just like, listen, the American people, they're wonderful. We have no problems with the American people when we say death to America. what we mean are people like Trump, Mike Pompeo, John Bolton, all those motherfuckers. Yeah, fuck those guys. Those guys are fucking demons. And he's just correct, by the way. Like, yeah. Oh, I can't believe my hecking lefty agreeing with the Iranian theocratic leader. What the heck? Of course you would agree with, inherently with the perspective of Iran because you're anti-American. Grr. It's just like, no, dude. Like, if you take off your, I don't know, like your 3 IQ troglodyte glasses for like 1 fucking second and you just examine what Ayatollah Khamenei is just saying, he's talking about the mechanisms and the state apparatus of America that it uses in order to maintain its hegemonic power. Like, it is, unironically, one of the great Satans. And, well, that shit's being run right into the ground because of an orange pedophilic buffoon that's currently in power. Anywho, a little bit of a tangent there, right? Like, most people don't have problems with most Americans. A lot of people do have some problems with Americans sometimes. Americans can be very boisterous, loud, showboaty, and just kind of asshole-ish. But I think people, broadly speaking, understand that's like a minority of Americans who do the stupid American exceptionalism thing because of them being the hegemonic power, yada, yada, yada. A lot of that propaganda's gone to a lot of these people's heads. People, broadly speaking, they understand, like, most American citizens are not going to be like that, except for, like, a very, very select few, and that most people are going to be, like, normal, average people, and have like a heart. But again, going off on a bit of a tangent, it makes a lot of sense that a lot of these athletes representing America are going to be like, yeah, I don't feel like the best having to like represent America. It's mixed feelings, you know, because ICE is like really, really bad. Like, I mean, they've killed multiple American citizens. I think like 8 differing American citizens at this point. You know, Keith Porter, Renee Good, Alex Peretti, of course. And not to mention the current concentration camps that exist within the United States of America, illegally detaining and just basically just treating people as if they were bodies and not actual people, right? Like, maggots in food, people barely get enough to eat, they are not allowed to sleep, they essentially get fucking tortured. There are instances and stories of prisoners within these concentration camps essentially having to trade being raped in order to get photos of their family. Genuinely fucking insane. These people, again, like, ICE they're not humans. They are not avaricious, rather. They're just wannabe pillagers and pedophiles who just want to exact their revenge upon society for the fact that they feel like burned by the fact that Stacy decided to choose Chad or Tyrone over them when they felt like they peaked in fucking high school. Like, unironically, like, these people are all a bunch of fucking freaks. And it makes a lot of sense that a bunch of people within the United States team are probably feeling like kind of apprehensive and have like mixed emotions, because it's just, it sucks right now, dude. And I don't blame them. I feel bad. I feel for them, because it's just like, man, everything sucks. And then we have like retards like Jack Posobiec saying like, yeah, get out of the United States of America. It's like, okay, dude. Like, I don't know, like, call yourself out there? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you saying this shit? Like, bro, like, cope and see. Yeah, Jack, you should just return to fucking Poland. Go back to fucking East Europe, you dumbass.
I feel heartbroken about what's happened in the United States when, I'm pretty sure you're referencing ICE and some of the protests.
About 70% of the American people do not like the actions of ICE. It is the vast majority of people. Even some Republicans do not like the actions of ICE. So, again, Jack, you're in the minority, buddy.
And things like that. I think that as a country, we need to focus on respecting everybody's rights and making sure that we're treating our citizens, as well as anybody, with love and respect. And
Sure.
I hope that when people look at athletes compete in the Olympics, they realize that that's the America that we're trying to represent.
It brings up
Just real. I mean, it makes sense, dude. Like, it's tough. Like, I feel bad for these guys, because they've just been given the short end of the fucking stick right now.
It's emotion.
Oh, not to mention, like, the World Cup, that's in 2028 in Los Angeles, right, Boy Meets Smitty? Or I think it might be, Canada, the U.S., and also the Mexico as well. That I think it's happening across all three of those countries. Boy Meets Mini. I think primarily speaking, also in LA. We all know what's going to happen there. There's going to be beefing up of like police resources, and instead of like, I don't know, actually treating people well or some shit. Like, who the fuck knows what's going to happen in like 3 years at this point? Not about 2 years. About 2 years, yeah. But World Cup is all of North America. And also the Summer Olympics, right, Boy Meets Mini? That's in LA, right? Am I wrong? I think it's the Summer Olympics. LA 2028. So yeah, World Cup, Summer Olympics. Like, who the hell knows what's exactly going to happen? I mean, by that point, the House is more than likely going to be in the hands of the Democratic Party, if I were to take a guess. Maybe even the Senate. We'll see what happens there. Although, like, if everywhere, politically speaking, the Republicans are looking terrible. But maybe, I mean, it's one of those things where we just kind of have to wait and see. Because, again, like, Trump is only going to get more impetuous and belligerent, specifically because of that. So it's just like, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, I can only imagine that's going to be a cyberpunk nightmare there for you, Boy Meets Mini.
To represent the U.S. right now, I think. It's a little hard. There's obviously a lot going on that I'm not the biggest fan of, and I think a lot of people aren't. If it aligns with my moral values, I feel like I'm representing it. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
True.
So yeah, I just kind of want to do it for my friends and my family and the people that support me getting here.
I
mean, that's totally fair. You know, again, like, no ill will should be showed to any of the American athletes, like, personally. And I show no ill will to them either, because, again, they've just been like, yeah, we know our administration fucking sucks a lot of balls. Like, these guys are fucking awful. Like, it's so bad that no politic here. Yeah, they just want to compete. They're just like, no politic here. Like that one, like, Israeli dipshit. I mean, you know, speaking of Israel, since we're there now, I no politic here, guys. It turns out doing a fucking Holocaust and also having all of your rich, most annoying, like, Zionist propagandized bourgeois Israelis going around constantly harassing the people of Europe who support the Palestinians, overwhelmingly so, might not ingratiate you in the sort of, like, a European city that you're going to be fucking competing in. Because here's the thing with Europe, since Israel is sort of, broadly speaking, considered European because of its position along the Mediterranean. Like, although at this point I think Israel's been kicked out of Eurovision, so good riddance. The people of Europe do not like Israelis whatsoever. If you're, like, in a CSGO lobby and there's, like, anytime there's, like, an Israeli that shows up in any of those lobbies, you know what the European players are going to do? They just team kill them, like, more often than not. It's really, really funny. Or they just, like, bully the fuck out of them until they leave. It's super funny.
Zijn we aangekomen bij Israël.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Listen, the Russians are not allowed to compete, but the Israelis are allowed to compete. It's fucking nonsensical. Again, like, I don't know what each one of those athletes individually believes in, but dog, you are representing a state that's unironically doing a fucking Holocaust. Like, fuck off, dude. Yeah, like, listen, East Europeans and CS, don't worry about it, Boy Meets Mini. But yeah, like, unironically, I think, like, the Trump administration was also proposing to bring ICE officers in to basically act as fucking security for some fucking goddamn reason. Like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, I remember immediately all of these people were just like, no, fuck right off. We know what you guys are doing within America. Like, absolutely the fuck not. We're not going to let you in. Like, fuck ICE. Everybody, and I mean everybody, hates the actions of ICE. Yeah, Milanopolis, whatever, fuck off. I'm really good at pronouncing words. Trust me, guys. I'm great at this job. It makes perfect sense that, because I think even the mayor of Milan, when he heard that the Trump administration wanted to do that, he was just like, absolutely the fuck not. If those guys show up in my city, we're gonna fucking arrest them. Like, fuck those guys. He was pissed. And I think even like the opposition within Italy was also sort of protesting specifically against the showing up of ICE within Milan, saying like, no, we don't want these guys here. These guys can like fuck off. Don't let them land. They can like stay at the airport and then get fucking deported back to the United States. Fuck these people. And there was like a bunch of anti-ICE protests erupting in Milan. Of course, like, since conservatives are not very intelligent, they are very, very stupid individuals, and, you know, barely human, very stupid people. They were just like, oh yeah, well, you know what? Fuck these people. You know, these guys are old fucking dog shit. They have no idea about the... Like, I've unironically had conservatives saying that ICE follows the tenets of the Constitution. Okay, then why has there been a leaked sort of, like, presentation specifically about the fact that they need to be retaught what the Fourth Amendment means? Oh yeah, because they don't follow the Constitution. It's crazy. Who would have thought that the quote-unquote, like, administrative warrants that the administration thinks that just randomly fucking exist actually have no tenets within the Constitution whatsoever, and that ICE's actions have been a consistent violation of the Constitution and has been ruled as such by multiple fucking courts, and they have been ordered consistently to sort of stop them with all the tear gassing and a lot of the tactics that they employ. But again, conservatives are all just a bunch of lemmings who are trying to jump off of the cliff. No copyright music. No copyright here. No copyright here. But yeah, listen. It turns out that not only the American people hate ICE, but it turns out everybody fucking hates ICE. Everyone fucking hates these motherfuckers. And it's just... It's global fucking solidarity against fucking fascism. Let's fucking go. You love to see it. Are those like the Italian communists? I guess the Italian communists are also showing up as well. And Meloni's approval has been decreasing since mid-2025. I'm going to probably assume because of the fact that the economy within Italy is just not really, really good. But, you know, just to give, like, some more reasons for these, you know, based Italians to hate DHS and federal agents even more, there's a video of a federal agent in Memphis kicking a small dog, leaving it with a broken rib. From what I understand, it is it's a U.S. Marshal who have also been working alongside ICE in order to help with their enforcement actions. So they're complicit. It doesn't matter. Like, they're all effectively ICE. It doesn't really matter. So, as expected, abhorrent, terrible. And, like, look at this fucking dumbass here. Why did that person have their dogs running around? It's a fucking puppy, you retard. Like, it's a puppy. It sees people. It gets excited. It doesn't know better. Because it's a fucking puppy, you idiot. Thanks, TNC. So, yeah, this is a canine unit. The dog wanted to interact with the dog because it's a puppy. It gets excited by literally everything. And maybe the owner just had the door open or something and the puppy got out or something. And who the fuck knows? Maybe they're, like, returning back from their walk or some shit. It could be literally anything. For as to why the puppy got excited and wanted to, I don't know, interact with the fucking dog or some shit. Who the fuck knows, dude? Yeah, cruelty to animals. I mean, these people are a whole bunch of freaks, impetuous morons, barely fucking trained, but whatever. No, just kicks the dog. I think that's the owner also yelling as well, I think. Why is the dog where it lives? Better question is, why are those animals there? Yeah, why is this canine unit here helping ICE do what exactly? What? Like, why is it there? That's a better question.
What you see there is a federal officer kicking my dog. His name is Yoshi. He's a miniature schnauzer. The federal officers knocked the door down and broke the door panel, which forced entry. And that's when my dog came running out.
Illegal, by the way. A forced entry for what? Do they have a warrant to do this? Many fucking questions are needed to be asked here. If this is an enforcement action being done alongside with ICE, I can only assume that this shit's probably illegal.
Out and ran around the federal officers.
So the dog was there because they kicked the door down. Yup. They literally caused all of this.
He was at no harm. They literally kicked him for no reason.
She should sue the fuck out of them and force them to have to pay for whatever medicines and treatments that the dog now has to get because of that fucking broken rib. Very, very cool. And I mean, I'm not 100% certain if puppies can also have like core memories. I'm not sure if that's like the case, but that's potentially a heavily fucking traumatic event for that fucking puppy. The fact that these impetuous freaks decide to bust down the door to do whatever idiotic fucking enforcement action, forcing the puppy to run out there. It gets confused, probably excited, because again, it's a fucking puppy, and then some dipshit just kicks it for some fucking reason. Again, I wonder why people don't really like the actions of a lot of these federal agents. Oh, because they're all a bunch of impetuous, barely trained fucking morons. And again, you should just keep booing people like JD Vance, this miserable, thin-skinned, groiper little fucking freak. You should keep booing someone like this. You should continue to despise someone like this. And it's only going to look way, way, way worse on the world stage for the United States of America, simply just due to the fact that Donald Trump is a brain-leaking, pedophilic, avaricious dipshit who is currently in power, making everything all across the world. Keep in mind, all that shit with fucking Greenland, a lot of NATO allies are not very particularly happy with the actions of the Trump administration there. So, there's that. So, Europeans, generally speaking, primed to already not really like the United States of America. Should be fairly obvious. And all of these, dumbass fucking freaks who have to make the lives of their athletes much harder, who are representing the flag, the United States, of course, because of all of their dipshits that are currently in power, making the lives of everyone around the world significantly fucking worse. Because of all these, 3 IQ dumbass conservatives trying to do their wannabe, aura farming, virtue, vice signaling fucking bullshit. You can't really despise conservatives enough. That's I think all you can really say in this particular situation. These people are just miserable, ostensible pieces of shit who just want to make the world for everyone and for themselves worse around them. And as a result, it turns out a lot of people don't really like that very much. Don't really think there's much else to say besides fuck ICE and fuck the United States of America. Fuck ICE, fuck the United States of America. That's all I gotta say. Alright. Let's do this shit. Education. Normies. The school system. Probably being cooked. Don't really disagree with that. I came across this clip and I instantaneously became intrigued. Now, if you know anything about the sort of philosophical tenets that I, generally speaking, sort of engage with in particular, that being the death of subjectivity, I've spoken about how, in terms of engagement right now in terms of online discourse, in terms of online politics in general, and generally, and just kind of in general in terms of social interactions with people. People seemingly have lost the ability to be able to live in another person's shoes. The death of subjectivity. People can, broadly speaking, just not understand another person's perspective because of a lot of complicated sociological and economic reasons. Of course, suburbanization has a part to play in this. The revocation of subsidies and federal funding for a lot of universities, which made it much more expensive to go there. Again, thank you, Ronald Reagan. It turns out making education a privilege only that the rich can obtain is having an adverse effect within the United States of America, because that's effectively what has been done here by a lot of the cuts that Ronald Reagan and other administrations, such as Bush, and we'll get to George Bush, made it such that a lot of people with lower income cannot be able to attend universities anymore because it's just way too fucking expensive, and a lot of people just feel like it's just not worth it, because why go into that absolute mountain pile of student debt to not even get that good of a job? Might as well go with like maybe some other like shorter sort of program instead, roll the dice on like a trade job or something, or maybe like something more specific, and just go from there. Making it such that higher learning and education is a privilege that can only be afforded by the elite, because as Lee Atwater himself said, as one of Ronald Reagan's advisors, the same guy who also did the whole sort of analogy of, well, you know, now you just can't say N-word, 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 N-word anymore when talking about black people. Now you have to start talking about forced busing. Yeah, that fucking guy was talking about how the United States of America, because of affordable educational sort of attainment that people can have, is making it such that there is an existence of an educated proletariat, which is very, very dangerous for the United States of America. And as a result, because of all those cuts done by, we'll get to George Bush, and Ronald Reagan, has made it such that education has been prohibitively expensive for the lower classes. Not to mention also the broader sort of death of critical thinking that is happening because of that defunding of education has made it such that people are just wholeheartedly incapable, and I mean incapable, of being able to basically see their sort of fellow man, woman, or MB as another person, and have become incredibly isolated and individualized because of loss of third places, suburbanization, the car infrastructure of America. And this is all by design for one simple reason and one simple reason only, because the rich and the corporations want to take everything from you, the people. Now, I'm going off on a little bit of a populist spiel tangent here. This is mostly as a pertaining to education specifically, because there are instances of people not only losing motivation for wanting to learn because of the things that I mentioned earlier, why go into all of that student debt for no reason, but are also more and more using generative AI and are having problems being able to pay attention within school. And generative AI, studies have been done at this point, have not been really helpful for educational attainment, because if you're not doing the actual work yourself, what do you expect to sort of learn there, right? If you're not engaging your brain's a muscle, it's got to be trained, right? If you're not engaging your brain to be able to learn the things that you are reading or writing about or calculating, what have you, how you expect it to learn? Because generative AI doesn't teach you anything, especially since the fact that it is a complete sycophant pretty much the entire time when you fucking talk with it, saying that you're always right and that I haven't thought of a particular thing that way. It's so ridiculously bad because of stuff with the Bush administration. We'll talk about it. a lot of teachers just don't fail kids anymore because a lot of their federal funding is tied to test scores and attainments. It's also happening up here in Canada as well. A lot of these exact same, No Child Left Behind Act has also been implemented as a sort of like cultural osmosis part of specifically George Bush in the United States of America. And it's just like education within the West is just getting worse and worse and worse, and it's becoming something that just can't be obtained by normal people as a result. And, well, this is all, frankly, by design, by the bourgeois and the rich, because they just want people smart enough in order to be able to maintain the machines necessary for them to make a bunch of money, but not smart enough to be able to start asking questions about, hey, why can't I just get like a better job or something? Like, what's going on here? Why am I not going anywhere within life? It's all about maintenance of systems of hierarchy and control with these people.
I've been getting a lot of TikToks from teachers who have been complaining about the kids. Apparently, they don't fail kids anymore. Like, even if you're just dumb, you just get passed along. Like,
it's really bad. They changed the way that they teach math. They changed the way that they teach, like, reading. They are including...
From what I understand, literacy rates have been going down in the United States of America. And why don't we just get into it now? It's because of this motherfucker right here. Hello, George W. Bush, you fucking demon. Say hello to the No Child Left Behind Act. The No Child Left Behind Act was a 2002 United States Act of Congress promoted by the presidential administration of George W. Bush. It reauthorized the Elementary and Secondary Education Act included in Title I provisions applying to disadvantaged students. Now, there's some more news video talking about how basically George Bush had it out for education for children, specifically. He hated the fact that he himself was a complete fucking dumbass and basically wanted to take it out on a bunch of who he perceived to be delinquent children who are not going into school in order to have a better educational attainment, right? Because if it was up to George Bush, he would throw all of them in jail, unironically. The Some More News video, it probably doesn't, like, I'm kind of like paraphrasing here significantly, but he wanted to give basically beneficial contracts to his private prison buddies for people who were not achieving good grades within fucking schools. Unironically, like, George Bush has had a drastic effect with No Child Left Behind, and of course standardized testing being the norm for schools to be able to have federal fucking funding, which has been a complete utter disaster for public education within the United States of America, especially considering the fact that pretty much, I think it's like all public schools within America get their funding primarily through property taxes, and it should be fairly obvious why that's a really bad fucking idea, because it turns out a lot of inner city black neighborhoods tend to not have as good property values, which means you don't make as much from property taxes, which means the schools have less funding. And you're starting to see the sort of cycle here. Those kids that go to those schools in their local sort of districts are going to have worse educational attainment, thus meaning they can have less opportunities to be able to succeed within out of school. And as a result, well, those property values don't end up going up. It's a cycle, an insidious cycle, made on purpose because of a bunch of people hating the minorities within the United States of America. It mandated standards-based education reform based on the premise that setting high standards and establishing measurable goals could improve individual outcomes in education. Obviously, that's not the fucking case. A lot of this was basically to keep in mind the fact that George Bush just had a fucking hatred for children's education. I believe he was, if I recall correctly, he was also governor of Texas, and he decided to do a bunch of education reforms in his position of power in Texas, thus making the educational attainment within Texas be significantly fucking worse. To receive school funding from the federal government, U.S. states had to create and give assessments to all students at select grade levels. And that's the main problem. If we want to talk about the problems with education within America, look at no one else besides this fucking dipshit right here.
AI in classrooms right from the beginning, and you know there's studies coming out showing that your brain is literally not doing anything. You're not using your muscle to learn things, to figure out things, to struggle and try and like put things together.
Yep, exactly. And by the way, it's only becoming like, well, this is in Canada because it's also bad as well, but students using generative AI confess they're not learning as much. Almost 70% worry they're not learning or retaining as much knowledge, a new KPMG in Canada research finds. And again, 6 in 10, about 60% of Canadian students are now using generative AI for their schoolwork, up to 52% a year earlier. Up from 52% a year earlier. That's fucking crazy. While most say the tools have improved the quality of their assignments and helped them with exams, 2/3 admit they are not learning or retaining as much knowledge, raising concerns its growing popularity among students. Here's the main fucking problem here. Canada, like the US, also has a bunch of standardized based testing as well. And a lot of that has been basically done by the provinces through conservative fucking premiers who wanted to copy the US. This is the main problem. People are using generative AI in order to be able to do their fucking exams, to help with their exams, meaning that they're not being able to engage in critical thinking functions as much. I'm just very curious about some of the polls. 53% of 423 Canadian students surveyed using generative AI for their schoolwork compared to 52%. 75% say generative AI tools have improved the quality. Over 2/3 say generative AI, or say they don't think that they're learning or retaining as much knowledge. 82% admit they claim generative AI content as their work. Wait, they claim generative AI content as their work. Oh god, bro. It's actually fucking worse. It's not your work, though. It is... Real quick, for how generative AI works. Generative AI uses large language models scrubbed from articles of the internet, and what it does is it will scrub a bunch of differing pieces of work, articles, studies, what have you, any piece of information from the internet, and just will pick out specific keywords, put it all together in some form of like an amalgamation that it's close enough to the sort of idea that they are looking for in order to be able to, well, finish a requirement for an assignment. That's the main problem here. It's so bad. It's not your actual work. It's taking work from a bunch of other people. 70% say they're turning to generative AI tools to help rather than asking their instructors. Oh god, bro. And I mean, a lot of this is, you can say, is part of the sort of like byproduct and the consequence of having your cell phone literally be a miniature computer that has access to the entirety of the internet at any point in time, and all of these generative AI tools. And I think as like a byproduct, there have been more and more cell phone bans happening as a result in school districts all across the United States, and I think even in Canada. But that's not a solution to the problem. That's a band-aid to a massive issue. And the way you fix this issue is, again, smaller class sizes, more funding for public education, and also building more schools, and not to mention also getting rid of standardized testing, and that being the sort of main way to be able to judge a student's sort of acumen, because there have been a lot of studies basically proving that in reality, doing standardized testing based models have not been very effective for educational attainment within the broader West. 63% say that they use generative AI tools a few times per week, 14% a few times per month, 10% daily, and 5% on an ad hoc basis. Remaining 4% use it every few weeks, and 5% tried it but have barely or infrequently used it since. They primarily use it for generating ideas, researching, editing, reviewing assignments, summarizing information from publicly available sources, writing essays or reports, doing tests or exams. It's 24%. It's insane, dude. 65% say they feel like they are cheating when they use generative AI, and 63% say they worry that they will get caught by their educator or institution for using generative AI tools without their knowledge. Wasn't there like a story of someone who graduated and was like flexing the fact that ChatGPT basically did all their studying for them? Genuinely fucking insane. It's just, it's bad, guys. And here's the thing, with a tool like this, like, again, a cell phone right in your hands, you can just have the internet access to you. Why feel like you have to do anything else? Like, fuck it, whatever, I'll just put it all on the phone and we'll just, whatever, fuck it. Just use the phone, use the AI tools, and whatever. There's also this like really interesting article that I found talking about how students haven't lost focus, they lost reason to care. And I definitely agree with this perspective here. 1000%. There is apparently there have been some studies saying that attention spans are shrinking because of like sort of quote unquote all of the amount of technology that's around. I don't think it's necessary, like, because I don't agree with banning cell phones. I don't think the cell phones are the problem. It's just that a lot of students feel like they don't have to give much of a shit anymore. And given the fact that the economy is the way as it is, with people having their cell phones, they're more informed than ever about the news. Like I've mentioned before, the death of subjectivity. People feel like they can't participate within society like they used to anymore, like they could at any point in time, right? Because of so much wealth and power has been taken away from people and concentrated upwards. People feel like, what is the point of participating when I know I'm not going to get anywhere in life to begin with? Why care? Why focus on educational attainment and performing well within school when in the end it's not going to fucking matter anyways? It's certainly an attitude that I sympathize with because I've had the exact same fucking attitude. I know that education is important. I know going to university is important, but I graduated university right at the start of fucking COVID. Job prospects, not looking great, right? And I basically got kind of fucked over as a result, right? I got hired during the massive hiring waves that were happening because companies were overcompensating in terms of hiring because they felt like they needed a lot of people in order to be able to do all the remote work. And I got, caught in the massive firing wave that happened in 2024. And I haven't been able to find a job ever since because of the market just being astronomically fucking terrible. Recently in Canada, I believe the jobs numbers came out and there was a loss of about, I think, 20,000 jobs. It's not great, guys. It's really, really bad. And a lot of people, a lot of young people, because those are most of the people that are getting fired, those without much experience, they feel like, what's the point in caring anymore? Like, who cares, right? That's not a loss of focus. That's a loss of drive, of ambition. What is the point of trying to do well within an educative sort of position when it's ultimately not going to amount to anything anyways? So might as well just go on the fucking phone, browse my fucking TikToks, and just say, meh, whatever, who gives a shit?
So imagine from kindergarten to 12th grade, you've been told you've never been wrong.
True.
And then you give someone a phone and they share their opinions on something as simple as video games. And
this is a very good point that I believe Black Hokage is bringing up here. Again, AI is incredibly fucking sycophantic to the person typing in the prompts because what does the AI want? For you to keep typing in more prompts. I've talked about this before, but this is a philosopher who I've mentioned very, very often on my channel. Mark Fisher wrote Capitalist Realism. The goal of the current hyper-commodified capitalist economy that we find ourselves under is to basically commodify every aspect of life. And the current aspect that the rich are trying to go after now is the ability for people to be able to socialize with one another because it has a two-folded goal. Not only will it make it harder for people to band together in a union to be able to fight for their rights, but it also makes it such that they will be dumbed down, not socializing with other people, and it makes it much more easier for them to be essentially herded around like a sheep, unironically. And conservatives are basically all those sheep consistently. Consistently, this is a huge problem amongst conservatives. They are already, those guys are already captured. They're basically fucking cooked. Like, they unironically defend Jeffrey Epstein, for fuck's sake. Like, it's over for them. It's the way that people are now, the bourgeois, generally speaking, are now going after people is through AI companions specifically. You're going to start to see a lot more sort of AI companion usage basically being put out there, because it's a lot harder for people to be able to socialize with one another simply due to the fact that suburbanization, you need a car to get around. Guess what you need with a car? You need insurance, you need the actual vehicle itself, you got to pay a lease for a car, you got to pay for gas. Just getting to an area in order to be able to hang out with people, that takes a lot of time, that's incredibly fucking expensive, because you got to pay your bills, you got to be able to eat, you got to be able to pay for gas, insurance, lease on the vehicle. That's a lot of piling up bills. Utilities, internet, because internet is now a sort of necessary function in order for people to be able to, well, not only socialize with one another, but also to be able to find work, to find employment, right? It's no longer the fucking 80s and the 90s where you just go into a McDonald's, drop off your resume, and you expect a callback. No, 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 no. You apply online for that shit. Like, unironically, I've heard a ton of stories of people being like, their dads or their moms saying like, yeah, just go in there and ask for a job. And then they just like look at you weird, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why are you asking for that? Go on the website. Like, what the hell are you doing? It's very weird. And just look at them as if they're like a schizophrenic or something, or like a depraved, like wild, crazed homeless person. And it's just like, the nature of the economy has changed. Technology has significantly changed everything, and there's a reason for that, because what the bourgeois do not want people to do is to have people talk with one another and talk about their material conditions, because they know that if there is one person who has at least a little bit of knowledge as to how really bad it is, it's going to cause the whole thing to start crumbling down, and people are going to want to band together in order to do something about it.
They think they know what they're talking about when they have no clue. I think it actually started with the school system and at home, unfortunately.
I don't disagree with what's being said here whatsoever. And like, just like another really quick blurb, it's so bad that majority of film students are now having trouble sitting through movies. Film students are now having to be forced to have to like watch shorter form content in order to be able to engage with their medium. It's a disaster, right? Like, and it's all because of it's not only because of this motherfucker, but it's also because of fucking Ronald Reagan making it such that education is now a rich man's sort of attainment, right? You have to now be rich. Well, maybe not necessarily rich, but you need to have money in order to be able to get properly educated. Universities, incredibly fucking expensive. Schooling barely has any fucking money. You got private schools, that shit's fucking expensive. Conservatives have wanted a voucher system for schooling for a very, very long time, and that's not going to help it whatsoever. And they do this under the guise of quote unquote school choice. No, it's an excuse for them to basically defund the Department of Education, which the Trump administration basically just has done effectively through Linda McMahon, just basically completely gutting the Department of Education and just destroying that shit by taking away basically all of the federal funding for education. Genuinely fucking terrible. And we all know why they're doing this. It's because the people that are currently in power want to have it such that you are just smart enough to be able to operate the machines, to make them a lot of money, but stupid enough to not ask any questions about it. That is exactly what these people want. They do not want you to be able to participate within broader society. The rich, the corporations, what have you. And one of the best ways to make sure that that system of hierarchy and control is maintained is by going after education, going after how people are able to socialize with one another. Because if your fellow man, woman, or NB starts to band together in order to start pushing back against this, the rich know that sure, they have a lot of money, but there are very few of them. And there's a lot more of us than there are of them, and that they need us in order to be able to make their money. Even if the hypothetical AI robot, techno-feudalistic future that Peter Thiel wants is achieved, they still need us to be able to make the money that they so desire to have, right? To have that power and control that they so desperately desire to cling on to. And there's only one way forward. The only way that this gets fixed is the destruction of No Child Left Behind. Just completely repeal it. Getting rid of student loan debt. Funding the education system significantly more, and make people feel like it matters for them to be able to participate within society. This is going to require like something that eclipses the New Deal in terms of wider state investment and a fucking unironic cultural revolution to unironically just course correct, because the US has been falling off of a cliff for a long while now because of that dipshit Ronald Reagan. And it's been getting this. And this is ultimately what it's fucking culminated to. The Trump administration and people, just broadly speaking, being so under-equipped, under-socialized, and just under-educated for the new sort of future world that's looking to emerge right now on the world stage. And guess what? I've said this before, but I'll say it again. It really is going to be the American century of humiliation. You know, nothing but fentanyl all over the place, people barely wanting to work or have any form of, like, attainment within life, and it's just going to get significantly worse, especially with all this adoption of AI and the destruction of the U.S. education system that has been happening for the latter part of about 40 years at this point. But yeah, I don't know what else is there to really say besides fuck George Bush, fuck Ronald Reagan. This has been the design of the bourgeoisie and the rich for the latter part of about a century. They have always wanted to destroy educational attainment within the United States. These people have always wanted to do everything possible to maintain the current systems of hierarchy and control, with the rich on top and you scrounging for scraps at the bottom. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Oh boy. That's not even to mention, like, the fact that people have been, like, because I've talked about this concept before, people desiring, like, their main job to be like influencers, like, that's really bad, by the way. You should not want to become a fucking influencer as a job, but this is the current fucking form of the economy we find ourselves under. It's all about generating attention and fucking clicks, because that's the only way to make any money now off of these massive tech platforms, which, by the way, are losing money. Like, YouTube, I think, barely makes a profit. Twitch definitely is losing money. Most of these social media platforms are fucking losing money, and it's because they're just funneling up way too much of it into very, very specific people. It's genuinely insane. Like, it really, really will. I think, like, unironically, I think the only thing that it's going to take in order to basically fix any of this is, like, an unironic, like, great fucking reset through some depression. Because that's literally the only way that America and Americans learn their lessons, right? Is if some, like, grave, gigantic misfortune happens to them. I wish I had the time to sit through a movie. Yeah, no kidding, Alex. Why don't we raid out to Riverboat Jack? Why not? Let's raid out to her. Why not? Alright, gamers, raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transcribe with the Daho raid, but if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do why we Daho raid, but so I will show appreciation. Those are into any case, gamers. I will be back tomorrow. More Factorio, more Paracelsin, and more, yapping about, well, probably a bunch of stuff. News, what I come across, what I feel like. Anyway, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.